in Larchmont Village. Councilmember Tom LaBonge donated $60,000 to purchase 15 bins from Big Belly Solar Waste and Recycling to install on Larchmont Boulevard. Powered by solar panels, the trash and recycling cans feature compactors which will compress trash and dramatically increase the amount each container can hold. Each container also features an electronic alert system that sends a message to the maintenance company when it fills up. Councilmember Mitch O'Farrell recently joined Echo Park community members for a ribbon-cutting ceremony for a new walking trail in Echo Park. The trail, located near 2509 via Artis Avenue, leads to a dedicated acre of open space that is planted with native California plants and trees. The improvement was part of an agreement the council member made when he served as a district director under then-council president Eric Garcetti. The trail is a public-private collaboration with developers and the community. Downtown is fast becoming a foodie's paradise, and one of the latest restaurants to open its doors is serving up French crepes. Anna Marcos has the tasty details.
Doesn't matter what you call them. You call them crepes, or crepes. They're delicious.
Councilmember Jose Huizar serves up the specialty of the house as the new Crepes San Frontier restaurant opens in downtown L.A. And these French crepes are made the traditional way with buckwheat.
We're trying to keep it as traditional as possible, so we're trying not to make, banana with peanut butter and jelly. We're trying to keep it as much as possible the French way.
Crepes San Frontier is just the latest eatery to help pump up the economy of a revitalized downtown area.
And this is on top of all the activity that's happening on Spring Street, on Broadway. Many of you are familiar with our Bringing Back Broadway initiative, where we are improving the landscape, the streetscape. We're going to expand the sidewalks, make it more pedestrian friendly, ask people to walk more.
I really like when people come here to feel like they are in a small place. It could be everywhere, anywhere. It could be France, it could be South America.
The crepes may be part of an old French tradition, but they are inspiring new traditions as well among LA downtown foodies.
The minute she opened, people started lowering baskets by rope down from the balconies with orders, and then she put the crepes in and they would bring them back up again. Now, you know that's not going to happen just anywhere. This is downtown.
It's similar to a pancake, but really, to be honest, it's better than a pancake. A lot better than a pancake, yes.
Councilmember Huizar made a toast to the new business with cider. But soon, restaurant owners hope to get the stronger European stuff to wash down this French delicacy. Bon appetit. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
Crepes San Frontier had been catering to the Hollywood film industry for 10 years before opening its downtown restaurants. In this week's list of things to do, remembering Pearl Harbor, an advanced hike in Griffith Park, and breakfast with Santa at the LA Zoo. Battleship Iowa will host Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day 2013 on Saturday, December 7th from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. The annual event honoring Pearl Harbor survivors and those who perished will begin with the posting of colors and will also include setting a wreath adrift, a fireboat salute, and remembrances. This surprise attack on the United States Naval Base at Pearl Harbor on the morning of December 7, 1941 by the Imperial Japanese Navy led the United States to become involved in World War II. The Battleship Iowa is located at 250 South Harbor Boulevard in San Pedro. For more information, go to pacificbattleship.com. Saturday, December 7th will also be a 7-mile advanced hike at Griffith Park to Water Tank 111, next to the Toyon Canyon Restoration Project. The hike, led by Ranger Ernie Ibarra, will begin at 8 a.m. from the Griffith Park Ranger Station Visitor Center at 4730 Crystal Springs Drive and end at around noon. Ranger Ernie will take hikers on the steepest road in Griffith Park. Remember to dress accordingly and bring water and snacks. Hikes are always canceled in the event of rain. For information, call the Ranger at 323-644-6661. You may still be daydreaming about that Thanksgiving feast you had with your family, but it's time to look ahead to Christmas. The LA Zoo is hosting Breakfast with Santa on Saturday, December 7th. This is only for those with a Zoo membership. Included in the price of your ticket is a breakfast buffet served from 8 to 9:45 a.m., unlimited rides on the carousel until 10 a.m., and an exclusive engagement with Santa from 8:30 to 9:15 a.m. The LA Zoo is located at 5333 Zoo Drive. Go to lazoo.org for ticket prices and other details. Space is limited for this event. And that's a look at some upcoming things to do. The first Jewish mayor in the city's history helped kick off Hanukkah celebrations outside City Hall. As Gil Reyes reports, some local leaders expressed what Hanukkah means to them.
The first Jewish mayor in the city's history, kicking off the 8-day Festival of Lights, along with several local leaders on the steps of City Hall. LA Mayor Eric Garcetti spoke of the meaning of Hanukkah.
The unlikely victory of the Maccabees, winning back the Holy Temple in Jerusalem, is the classic underdog tale. And the great miracle of the oil that burned strong for so long reminds us to keep the faith, even in those moments of darkness.
Of course, the highlight, the lighting of the 17th century Katowice menorah. This menorah was the last ritual object left after the great Katowice synagogue in southern Poland was burned by the Nazis in 1938.
The religious freedom that we celebrate every day here, the secular freedom we have, is freedom we have to fight for every day. And our city needs to be a beacon in this nation.
Each candle that we light tonight by itself pierces through darkness. But when each candle lights another candle and another candle and another candle, that truly can light the world.
In that sense, we can play a larger role in the day-to-day of enhancing world peace at the local level in every one of our districts across the city.
So for me personally, I want to dedicate myself to helping to shine that light, just not now during the holiday season, but through the coming year.
Councilmember Mitchell Englander has a different take on the holiday: energy conservation.
On Shabbat, we shut off our lights and we don't use electricity. And then for 8 crazy nights, we only use candlelight. So it's all about being green as well and giving back to the environment.
Happy Hanukkah to all of you on behalf of Council District 6.
I thank you all for being part of it, and thank you to Chabad for bringing this to us.
Ileana and I would like to wish all of you a
Happy Hanukkah!
All right, thank you.
At City Hall, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
This was City Hall's 28th annual menorah lighting. And that's going to do it for this edition. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. A reminder that you could catch us online at lacityview.org. You can also follow and like us on Facebook. We'll see you back here next week for more of LA This Week.
Water means playing in green parks. There's more to Garvanza Park than meets the eye. Beneath my feet are big cisterns that collect water from the storm drain when it rains. These clean and capture the storm water and use them for 2 things: water this park and recharge the groundwater. That way, we conserve potable water and keep our water sources alive. Oh, and we get a nice green park to enjoy too.
Hi, this is Carretero Family.
We are from East Los Angeles, Boyle Heights. You're watching Channel 35, our city, our channel!
Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's Wednesday. Shh. It is Wednesday, December 4th. Welcome. I want to welcome you to your Los Angeles City Council. This council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday at 10 a.m. Everyone is welcome. Mr. Clerk, I believe we have a quorum. If I am right, would you please call the roll?
Plymouth, Villalobos, Buscaino, Cedillo, Englander, Fuentes, Huizar, Carrasco, Corcoran, Labange, Martinez, O'Farrell, Parks, Price, Weston. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
First order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Koretz moves, O'Farrell seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Okay, Englander moves, Buscaino seconds. That brings us where?
Mr. President, there's a request to continue item 2 to December 10.
Okay, without objection, that'll be the order. December 10th is on what day, though, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, that would be next Tuesday, this upcoming Tuesday.
All right.
Mr. President, item 1 is an item noticed for public hearing. We do have a card in on that matter.
Okay, let's hold that item.
Very good. Items 3 through 8 are items for which public hearings have been held.
Okay, specials members 3 through 8. Ms. Martinez?
Can I call number 3, 4, and 6? 3 and 4 for myself, and 6 for Mr. Labange.
Okay, can we do that, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir. 3, 4, and 6 called special.
Okay, and Mr. Koretz, I'll get with you after we run through the agenda. So let's prepare to vote on the remaining items. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That brings us where, Mr. Clerk?
Items 9 through 20, they're items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration, sir.
Okay, without objection, those items are now before us. Mr. Koretz.
I'd like to call item 9 special for an amendment.
Okay, let's hold 9 for Mr. Koretz. And is it 10 for Mr. Labange? Oh, 9? Okay. All right. Do we have cards?
Yes, sir, we do. We have cards on items 9, 13, 14, 17, and 18. Again, 9, 13, 14, 17, and 18, sir.
Mr. Koretz.
I'd also like to ask that we note and file item 13.
Okay, without objection. Members, any specials? Okay, Mr. Clerk, why don't we...
Mr. President, pardon me. For item 13, we'd still have to take that card that's in.
Okay, so Mr. Koretz, we'll take care of that, but we'll hold it and take a card on it. Okay, let's vote on the remaining items. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
And, Mr. President, those ordinances will go over 1 week for second reading unless reconsidered later with 12 members.
Okay. That now we're at what section?
That brings us to items 21 and 22. They're items scheduled for closed session. Would you like to hold them on the desk?
Why don't we hold those on the desk?
Very good, sir.
There are no presentations today. But there isn't an introduction, Mr. Tom Labange.
A very important introduction. I want all the members to meet Carrie Bowen, who's the acting Division 7 Director for Caltrans, the State Division of Highways. All of Ventura and Los Angeles County is the Director of Division 10, which is up in the Central Valley. When her predecessor retired, the governor appointed her, and we just had a good meeting on top of City Hall and observed the fine movement on the southbound 101, but not the northbound 101, but that's it. And you should all meet her because Caltrans is a big part of our community and our accessibility. Just say a quick hello, Carrie.
Good morning.
Hey, we're going to vote for Carrie. You like that, don't you?
I like her a lot.
Thank you, members.
Anyway, thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Okay, Mr. Clerk, why don't we go to take up item 1?
Very good, sir. Item 1 called special for cards.
Okay, Edgar Villanueva and Mr. John Walsh. Edgar, are you here? Yes, sir. Please come up to the microphone.
Yeah, good morning. Yesterday, I needed somebody translate with me, please.
Okay, can we have translation? Just wait 1 second. Our translator.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think we have power on her microphone. Hello? IT, can we try to fix that problem? There's no... Or do we have another microphone that's hot? Okay, we have one that's being brought to you.
Ok, la razón por la cual estoy yo acá es porque me mandaron una carta donde dice que van a cerrar el alley.
Yeah, the reason that I am here today is because I received a letter in which they indicated that they are going to close the alley.
Traje unas fotografías de mi casa porque yo uso el alley en el área de atrás para parquear mi troca.
Yeah, I brought a picture of my house because I use the alley in order to park behind my house.
El alley tiene una fence, nunca se le ha puesto lac ni nada de eso, pero no entra nadie más que yo y otro vecino más en esa área. Y tiene un troque también.
On that alley, we have a fence. We do not lock the fence, but nobody else enters into that alley, just a neighbor and myself, in order to park our cars.
Lo que quería saber qué irá a pasar, porque yo en realidad si gusta ver las fotografías, la área de atrás de mi patio antes era pura tierra y yo puse concreto para mantenerlo bien.
I would like to know what is going to happen because in the past, the area of the alley and behind it was just dirt, and I placed some concrete on that road, and I want to know what is going to happen now.
Otra cosa quería decir, por ejemplo, lo que es la entrada del alley, hay unos árboles que pertenecen a la escuela y yo siempre, cada 2 días, yo mantengo limpio ahí, barro, todo eso, no hay basura.
Also at the entrance of the alley, there are some trees that belong to the school, but I'm always cleaning that area, so I keep it very clean.
Pues no tengo nada más que decir, nomás quería saber qué irá a pasar, porque si lo laquean me afectan mucho a mí, porque yo tengo una troca que me la provee mi trabajo.
I just want to know what is going to happen because if they lock the alley, I have a truck that is provided by my job, and I want to know what is going to happen.
Ya en ocasiones yo traigo equipo en la troca y es una área que no se puede dejar en la calle porque
Sometimes I carry equipment on the truck, and it is an area where you cannot leave the truck on the street.
No sé si usted gustaría ver las fotografías.
Would you like to see the pictures?
Yes, please, if he could submit those. I'm going to...
No, está bien. No entiendo la razón de dónde es que viene eso de que quieran cerrar el alley.
I don't understand why they want to close the alley, lock the alley.
Okay, so if you would explain to him, I'm going to ask for a representative of the 9th District, one of the 9th District staff, to chat with him on the side. Okay, so if you would ask him to go over to the side, we'll have a representative from the 9th Council District that will go over this with him. Mr. Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. See all the cameras? Why don't you discuss your reason and put it down here? Why are you closing the alley? This man, now the country he comes from, if he stood up like that, he would be shot in the head. I'm proud that he came to our country where he can talk like that in front of power. The alley was closed for gang reduction here. No gang reduction. You're going to hand it over to a private developer. And because he's in you can't do that west of La Brea, where all the rich white people live. But you can do that in his neighborhood. I want to know why you're closing the alley. I go to that neighborhood. I know the 9th District. I want you to tell us what your reason is. Don't say you're going to send this guy over there and somehow you're going to talk to him and you're going to reason with him and he doesn't know what he's talking about. HollywoodHighlands.org. Viva Alley! Tell us what's happening.
Okay, why don't we prepare to, Mr. Price, are we ready to move forward and vote on this?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so let's prepare to vote. Let's open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, it's my understanding that we have at a minimum 12 members. Would you like to reconsider, or should we reconsider the ordinances and vote them out so we don't have to deal with them, hold them over for a week?
Yes, sir. Those would be items 10 and 11.
Okay, so this first vote is on reconsideration. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, now we'll actually vote on the items. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
All right. What item? 11 forthwith, okay? Ms. Martinez, you want to handle 3 and 4, items 3 and 4 at this time?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask our appointees to the Quality and Productivity Commission to please come up to the table. I had an opportunity to meet with these two nominees. Had a great conversation. I'd like for them to introduce themselves and say a little bit about themselves and why they would like to serve.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. I'm Susan Bursk. I am a native Angelino, born and raised in Los Angeles, lived in CD5 almost my entire life. I'm also consider myself very fortunate that I've worked in my community for a number of years and was one of the first co-founders of neighborhood councils for the city of Los Angeles. I also consider myself a problem solver. In my current position, I work with a nonprofit organization, and we're always looking at budgets and finding ways to cut expenses and generate revenue. And I was also privileged to have been the Chief Field Deputy and District Director for a former council member here in the city of Los Angeles. I believe my experience both in the public and private sector will be helpful in working with my fellow commissioners, working with Councilmember Martinez and her colleagues on the audit committee, and hopefully with our city controller. And I look forward to the opportunity. So thank you.
And members, we have a rare opportunity with Susan. She understands our business. She was a district director for the 5th Council District for many years. I've known her since 1998. She even has an award named after her that people really feel honored when they get the Susan Bursk Award. So anyway, you definitely have my support. Mr. Koretz or Ms. Martinez, did you want to speak again? Or now we're going to Jerry. Jerry?
Good morning, council members. Nice to see a lot of familiar faces. I am a consultant in the political and healthcare area and have worked in Los Angeles for over 40 years. I look at the opportunity of being on this commission to participate in what I think is the rebirth of Los Angeles economically. I think that the structure that we have with the city council and the mayor affords the opportunity to the population in this city to see a lot of growth and positive aspects in the future. My background is that I've dealt with a lot of projects relating to areas in healthcare, both in California and across the country. But as my home is here in Los Angeles, I look forward to the opportunity of working with all of you and my fellow commissioners. So thank you and good morning.
Thank you. Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've known both Susan and Jerry for many, many years. We've worked together as they both have had very significant positions in nonprofits that we've worked together on many, many issues on. And I think what Susan said is perfect, and the reason why I think both of them will be great choices is they're absolutely problem solvers. And this is a commission that thus far mostly recognizes good work in terms of quality and productivity in the city, but I'm not sure it does as much as it could to actually identify efficiencies and opportunities for greater productivity, and work with folks like Ron Galperin, who's made that his personal mission to find more efficiencies and find ways to make the city more productive. So I think these are two amazing choices, and I think their appointment would not only be helpful, but will actually transform this body and make it much more effective.
And I agree with you, Mr. Koretz. Susan and Jerry are two fine human beings. No more speakers on the queue. Let's prepare to vote on this item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Congratulations to the both of you. Okay, we're going to take up item 18. It was called special by Mr. Walsh. John? Item 18.
Minute 2. This concerns a worthless reward conviction of the person for the murder of Alawanza Peebles. Now, this is for $50,000. Now, you know you're not going to pay him off, and I continue to ask, how many awards have you paid off? And why is there no reward for Mike Gatto's killer? He came into that house. He knew what he was looking for. He ransacked it. He sat Gatto's father down in a chair, and he blew him away.
Mr. President, this is not about that matter.
No, just stay on the specifics of item 18.
The subject is Ms. Peebles. I want to know why. I never get up if the relatives are here, because it's tough. But you torture the relatives by bringing them up here when you damn well know you'll never catch these people. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on with this item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Forthwith on that.
Mr. President, there's also been a request to send item 15 forthwith.
Okay, and without objection, that'll be the order. Let's go to item 14. And that's, I believe, called special by cards. Juan Acala, Arnold Sachs, and Mr. John Walsh. So, Juan Acala, if you please come to the microphone. Go ahead.
Some people have told me that it's a big concern, communication from the mayor relative to the exemption of a police administrator for the Los Angeles Police Department, LAPD, pursuant to chapter. There were no agendas, so I really didn't have much time to prepare on this item, so can you please hold my time? I think everybody in the city is crooked anyway, so.
Stay on the subject. Okay, Mr. Sachs, I saw you come in earlier. Arnold, there you are. You were so bundled up. Mr. Sachs.
There's a chill in the air, sir. Thank you very much. Good morning. Arnold Sachs. It's not necessarily the actual position that's involved here, but it's the routine that we go through for these single positions, whether it's in the police department, whether it's in the fire department, these administrative positions. I believe you had hearings over 911 callers or operators. What is the status of the 911 operations when you compare the police hierarchy in this administrator? I'm not sure where the position would fill out, but comparing the calls, the response time to calls.
This is not regarding this item.
Get back, Arnold. Get back to the subject.
There's a salary involved here, and there's administrative costs involved here. So the question is the trade-off. Are you serving more people with one administrator, or would you be serving more people by beefing up the operators that answer the calls for 911? We never find out about that. We only get this activity unless it's time for the budget session. And then we never find out about these individual positions.
Mr. President, this is not about this position.
Circle back, Arnold.
We're talking about a police position. What are we talking about, Mr. City Attorney?
No. Come on, Arnold. Don't go there. Speak to the item.
Sticking to the item, he keeps saying I'm not.
No,
I'm
because
talking
you
about this
go
individual
away.
position.
So, Arnold, I'm going to give you one last chance to speak to the specifics of this item.
And I am speaking. The position that's involved here is a police administrator. 3. And I'm asking, is the city better served by hiring a police administrator 3 or improving its 911?
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. And I think Mr. Walsh, yes, Mr. Walsh, I called you as well.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org, always on the subject. This is an exemption. Do you understand what that means? The person they want to place as that Charlie Beck wants to put in there is not qualified under the current rules. Now, if you're a buddy of Beck, he comes to City Council and an unqualified police administrator gets the job. You know that's true. That's what's going on here. And I want to know the race of the police administrator. I know you don't believe in races, except when you're running against a white man, minorities. I want to know the race. I think there is racial prejudice here. I want to know who this policeman administrator is that you're suspending the rules for. And I want to know how much what they're going to be, what they will be in charge of. Because I can tell you right now, they'll be in a minority community, they'll be unqualified, they'll be white, and they'll be a friend of Beck. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Okay, Mr. Labange.
Support this. This is good for Chief Beck and the police department. But additionally, members, coming up soon, hopefully, will be a position called Deputy Chief of Traffic. There's no Deputy Chief of Traffic. We got to work on that, but this is very important to the chief. I call for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no speakers in the queue. Let's, members, prepare to vote on this item. Let's open up the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay. Forthwith, per Mr. Labange. Okay. Now, I know it's been requested that we note and file item 13, but we do have cards. So we're going to hear the cards on item 13. Juan Acala, Mr. Herman, and Mr. Walsh. Mr. Acala, come on. Item 13. No. I called you. No, Mr. Herman, no. I called you, Mr. Acala.
Well, I didn't have an agenda, and he did. That's why.
No. Speak to the item. You signed up to speak on it.
Communication from Chair and Member Arts, Parks, Health, Aging, and River Committee relative to the establishing of a moratorium on the state of cigarettes to minors or extending the current sitting restrictions on the sales of cigarettes and tobacco products to the sales of e-cigarettes. Why in the hell are we selling cigarettes to begin with? Why in the hell are we selling alcohol and cigarettes.
Stay on the item.
Anybody, that's the item. It's the sale of cigarettes to minors. If you didn't make cigarettes, you would have no cigarettes to sell to anybody. If you didn't make alcohol, you would have no alcohol to sell to anybody.
Has nothing to do with alcohol.
Money going into your pockets. And that is the wrong way to run a society. When you tell the kids don't do drugs and you sell alcohol and cigarettes everywhere. What in the hell is wrong with you people? What in the hell is wrong with us people? We are all stupid, we are all greedy, and we don't let each other have a place to live. What a bunch of idiots.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Akala. Mr. Walsh and Mr. Herman, you should be around. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at Hollywood, HollywoodHighlands.org or J. Walsh Confidential. E-cigarettes. This, incidentally, is an ordinance. It just allows you to establish an ordinance. Crack down on e-cigarettes because they are direct competitors of medical marijuana. Your friends who give you all this money. I just think we have to get rid of e-cigarettes and concentrate on everybody smoking. Kids, when you're 18 years old, go to marijuana. That's what they're saying. Hollywood, bad marijuana. HollywoodHighlands.org. Abajo, down with e-cigarettes. It's politically correct. Medical marijuana, politically incorrect. E-cigarettes. Thank you.
Mr. Herman.
Good thing many of us do not smoke, because as you can see, anything related to tobacco will destroy your life, whether it's marijuana, whether it's tobacco, whether it's an e-cigarette, as I'm getting to. And again, communication from the chair and the member of the Arts, Parks, Health, Aging, and River Committee. Once again, these establishments of nicotine abuse has the same category as abuse with alcohol and cigarettes, because it's addicting. It's a substance that we all intake and blow out. But I don't choke on it because, yeah, I'm asthmatic and I don't want to. See, because cigarettes does that to me. So I try to avoid people who smoke in front of me. And so the best thing that Los Angeles can do for all of you listening, all of you that children especially that are listening and watch this type of news, is this. We have these e-cigarettes selling in smoke shops. We have one at 2617 Cesar Chavez that my councilman opened up.
What about the president's addiction to cigarettes?
And smoking is terrible. I know, Herman, we have to learn to stop or control our smoking because it can kill us. And I hope all of you today are listening that in order to prevent fires, bad health, education to our health, I say this to you. Slow down your smoking. Go see your doctors. Get a patch. So that way, whether it's a chemical or whether it's e-cigarettes or whatever scientists want to call it, it all impacts your health, my health, and everyone sitting in here, our health, as you can see. So as much as I try to avoid cigarette and smog, I stay away from Los Angeles because of all your regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the request on this item, Mr. Koretz, was to receive and file. So, Mr. Clerk, without objection, we'll do that. That moves us to now item, Mr. LaBonge. Tom, it's my understanding you're ready with item 6?
Certainly, Mr. President. Members, may I? Mr. Clerk, may I correctly read into the record? Recommendation number 3, Part 2, should read, disapprove the ZA's adjustment for the 400-foot square garage on the side and front yards of the property located at 13201, 13211 West Mulholland Drive. Do I need to repeat that, or can I hand this to you, Mr. Clerk?
Sir, is that the recommendation in its entirety for number 3?
Correct.
Very good, sir.
Okay, then there are no speakers on the queue. The public hearing has been satisfied. Let's prepare to vote on this item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Mr. President,
Mr.
there's
LeBlanc,
been
I didn't hear you.
a request to send that matter forthwith, sir.
Without objection. All right, we're going to move to item 17. I believe we do have, I think we have a few community people that are here. Do we have an Ari? Ari, and I just can't pronounce your last name. If you come forward, followed by Mr. Walsh. Okay, Mr. Walsh passes, and then I'd like to call on Mr. Sachs. Okay, so thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mr. President. Council members, my name is Ari Bessendorf. I'm the president of the Greater Echo Park Elysian Neighborhood Council. This item concerns a transfer of $5,600 to the Department of Parks and Recreation for the Lake Street Recreation Center and the Echo Park Recreation Center located on Bellevue Avenue. The source of this cash is now sitting in the CD13 trust fund. The original source of the money was from the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, the Greater Echo Park Elysian Neighborhood Council annual budget. As you know, each neighborhood council has $37,000 in their annual budget. At the end of fiscal year 2011-2012, the City Council moved that money from the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment to the CD13 trust account under City Council File 110936S1. That money was sitting in the trust account. We sent an official letter to CD13 in February of this year requesting that they move this money to the rec centers in order that the recreation centers have the financial ability to improve their physical plant. And we respectfully request that the City Council move this item, and also that the Mayor's office expedite action on this because we have been requesting this since February. Thank you very much.
Arnold Sack.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Arnold Sachs. And I'm glad that Speaker came up and clarified how that situation works out, because in a lot of ways it's so wrong for the money actually to go that would be sitting in the neighborhood council's account to go back to the council office, because these are the things, this repair for this recreational center, these are the things that the neighborhood council should be on top of. And he mentioned $5,600. And what's disappointing in his presentation is he's only $999,994. No, not quite. $999,900 off of Mr. Cedillo's $1 million that he spent in his council district, without mentioning any funds. So again, you come up and you say, where are the neighborhood councils to ask their council representatives for that $1 million? Surely this is a project in a neighborhood district. Surely neighborhood councils have projects within their districts that could use that money. Why don't they come up? Why don't they go to the neighborhood empowerment? Why don't they take the steps? His district is one of the poorest districts in the city, and he came up with $1 million in 3 months of sitting in office. So what was the previous legislator doing? He was on the Gold Line Construction Authority, but that's a different story. Get in here and ask for your money. It's public funds. Holy cow.
Juan Alcala.
Mr. Robinson and I were considering moving on to Beverly Hills City Hall and take over. I don't think the rich can stop us from doing that. It's our house.
Speak on the issue, please.
Oh, on the issue. Well, I'd like to be able to speak to sleep at Echo Park, but you send your cops there. You can't sleep here. This is public property. And I say, I am the public. But you can't sleep here because we got rules by the little city council people over here not letting anybody sleep anywhere. Where in the hell do you sleep? I would like to be able to sleep at Echo Park.
It's against the law to sleep at our public parks.
Why?
Continue.
Why?
I'll tell you later. Continue with your comment.
I'm asking you, why is it illegal? Because you made it? We are the people who are telling you you're illegal. You're making us all illegal.
Mr. President, he is not talking about this item.
I got it. In the situation. Thank you. And for the public's benefit, we have ordinances that people do support on issues of park
Mr. Alcala
hours.
is continuing to disrupt the meeting from the audience.
Please
now,
note
Mr.
that,
President.
Mr.
Should be noted for the record. He's continuing to talk and respond to the president from the audience. That's a disruption of the meeting.
Thank you. You've been warned, Mr. Alcala. Mr. Herman, next.
Thank you. Thank you, audience. Good morning, Los Angeles. Once again, whoa. Mr. O'Farrell, Mr. Parks, funding for programs, the general beautification and plant improvements of Lake Street Recreation Center and Echo Park Recreation Center. Great. Some of us are for it, some of us are against it. But again, we're transferring appropriate funds of $1,600 for CD13, Public Benefit Trust Fund. Could this come out of the Clark's Fund as well? I don't know. Think about it. Account in the Recreation Park funds under 301/88 entitled Lake Street Recreation Center 2. That's a lot of jargon, but let's get to the bottom point. The Department of Recreation and Parks is to make any technical corrections or clarifications to the above instructions in order to effectuate the intent of this motion. Well, wouldn't you think out of all this jargon, the intent or the correction or the appropriateness of this idea of item number 1713/1602 under CD13 would have been already processed or accounted for in this idea? And so as into the relative funding for this program, and in general point of view is this: does it really benefit the public? Because the whole idea of this motion is to benefit the public, subject to the approval by the mayor. So if the mayor is listening, do we have your recommendation to, sir, please don't point. That's offensive. Don't point. May I start, Mr. Herman? He was pointing at me. I don't know why. Mr. LeBon just pointing at me. I'll stop. Never mind.
Okay. Let's prepare to vote. Madam Clerk, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Mr. O'Farrell, forthwith. Okay, Mr. O'Farrell, Mr. Koretz, we're going to move to item 9.
And, Mr. President, for clarification, a substitute ordinance entitled Substitute 9 has been circulated and is now before Council for its consideration.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney, could... Okay. All right, so now what I'd like to do, Mr. O'Farrell and Mr. Koretz, we do have cards. Would you like to take the cards first, and then I will defer to the two of you? Fine? Okay. Let's, is it Tricia Roth, John Walsh, Michael Ong? If you guys could please come forward. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, or good morning, Council. My name is Tricia Roth. I'm a pediatrician, and I'm chair of substance abuse for the American Academy of Pediatrics, Chapter 2, which includes 7 counties, including Los Angeles. The American Academy of Pediatrics Richmond Center works on tobacco-related illnesses, and the pediatricians feel that tobacco causes significant diseases in our population that we're dealing with. In October of 2013, this year, the Richmond Center came out with their public policy as so far as e-cigarettes, and I'd like to read to you the part that's addressing the pediatric concerns. Due to lack of regulation in e-cigarette marketing, children who are impressionable and
It's okay, find your place.
And model the behavior adults are at risk for viewing marketing aimed at adults. This is also due to the concern of the increased number of e-cigarette users. These devices mimic conventional cigarette use and helps to normalize smoking behaviors. Because e-cigarettes are offered in many child-friendly flavors, there is also a concern surrounding toxicity. The nicotine cartridges and refills pose a poison risk to children. Not all states have laws regulating purchase age for e-cigarettes, which means access to these devices is possible for minors. Pediatricians should be aware of the dangers and concerns and have informed conversations with patients and families about cigarettes. I thank you for the work that you're doing in extending the moratorium of e-cigarettes to minors.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Walsh, I've been informed you have a minute, so go right ahead, sir.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. E-cigarettes suck. The only flavor that e-cigarettes should be in is arsenic. Take them off the street. Here, you're cracking down on nicotine. Let's ban that. Let's instead everybody smoke marijuana, because the marijuana dealers who call themselves medical marijuana shops are putting money in your campaigns. HollywoodHighlands.org says, what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. Crack down on medical marijuana, crack down on nicotine, crack down on e-cigarettes. But the only thing you're cracking down on are the people who don't put money in your campaigns. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. There's no clapping. All right. After Michael come forward. There's Alvaro Cortez, Jonathan Summit. Welcome. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council members, for the opportunity to speak to you today. So I'm an associate professor and a practicing internist at the University of California, Los Angeles and the West Los Angeles VA. I also happen to be the chair of the State of California's Tobacco Education and Research Oversight Committee. So while I'm not representing any of those organizations today, I did want to let the City Council know about a letter that our committee forwarded on to one of the committees, the Committee of Arts, Parks, Health and Aging and River. And I'm not sure that all of the council members had received that letter, but at least I wanted to let you know that that our committee, the Tobacco Education and Research Oversight Committee, did support the City Council's measures to increase the regulation of tobacco products to include products like electronic cigarettes, as in the amended motion. Part of the reason for that is because of this new Centers for Disease Control report, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention report, that reported that among U.S. middle and high school students, we have found that between 2011 to 2012, the percentage of use doubled over that 1 year, which is highly concerning, going from 5% to 10%, and that was in 2012. So you can imagine that is much higher even now in 2013. And while in California we have actually made sales to minors illegal, this type of regulation will actually continue to protect the youth in California from use of cigarettes, which is, again, something that I think that we can all agree upon that we would like to curb. So thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, sir. So do I have Mr. Alvaro? Cortez. Is it Cortez?
Yes, it's Cortez.
Okay.
Good morning, President Weston and other distinguished members of the City Council. My name is Alvaro Cortez, and I am the Executive Director of Beyond the Bell with the Los Angeles Unified School District. I am here to address a critical issue for our youth. My position is that e-cigarettes should be added to the list of tobacco products, period. These cigarettes contain a number of known carcinogens. They contain less toxic chemicals than cigarettes, but they still have toxic chemicals. And they contain nicotine and other harmful compounds. The addictive properties of nicotine are well noted, and as an ex-smoker, I know how difficult it is to eradicate. These e-cigarettes are largely unregulated and relatively unrestrained. With the lack of safety controls on their production, lack of scientific analysis on the chemicals they produce, we cannot be sure what the health effects from their use are. Our children deserve to be protected. Currently, the Los Angeles Unified School District Office of Student Health and Human Services has added e-cigarettes to the list of banned articles on our campuses because they are considered drug dispensing devices. In our TUPE, the Tobacco Use and Prevention Education Program, our plan is also to add e-cigarettes to the list of tobacco products, which will align us with the position of the California Department of Education. The marketing campaign of e-cigarettes is being aimed at our youth. Flavored oils, like flavored cigarettes from the past. The concept of filtered cigarettes that was once marketed as safe. E-cigarettes promote addiction. They are a gateway. They dispense an addictive drug and have already been illegally adopted to dispense THC. Our concern is that we teach our children to think and act for themselves, to handle the stresses of life. The introduction and marketing of cigarettes, of e-cigarettes, and that of such an addictive product to our youth runs against the self-sufficiency and resiliency we are teaching our students. We oppose the introduction of devices designed to promote addictive behaviors, which all too often lead to other high-risk behaviors. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, if you could come and identify yourself, I think I misplaced your card. You.
Jonathan Samet?
Yes,
yeah.
I've got it.
Okay.
Okay, wait, hold on, Jonathan. After Jonathan, we're going to go Adrian Estrada Jr., Stephanie Mullen. If you guys could please prepare to come behind Mr. Samet. The floor is yours, sir.
Okay. Thank you, and good morning. I'm Jonathan Samet, a physician in public health, researcher from USC. I've been involved in the tobacco issue for more than 3 decades. I've edited many reports of the Surgeon General, and I'm putting together the 50th anniversary report, which will be out in January. I chair the U.S. FDA's Tobacco Products Scientific Advisory Committee. First, what are e-cigarettes? They're not cigarettes, and they contain no tobacco, but they deliver nicotine. While the FDA has been given the possibility of regulating e-cigarettes, they have not yet acted. Consequently, products exist with flavoring, they are not taxed, and they're widely advertised. Local action is important. Second, what do we know about the risks of using e-cigarettes? We have much to learn. We do know, of course, that they do not deliver the tobacco smoke that causes so much of the disease that arises with cigarettes. But we have little data on what will happen to those who use them for the long term. Are there risks to non-smokers from the vapor that comes from the e-cigarettes? Here it is clear that electronic cigarettes contaminate the air where they are used with a nicotine-containing vapor, and that nicotine in the vapor will settle on surfaces where it remains. There's a possibility for non-smokers to be involuntarily exposed to a powerful chemical as a result. Fourth, are e-cigarettes a threat to public health? We are concerned about the possibilities that children will use them and that they may become a way that they turn to regular cigarettes. It is timely that the City Council is considering the definition of tobacco products and modifications would cover e-cigarettes. They should be covered. As Dr. Koop commented, the right of the smoker to smoke ends when that smoke affects others. Extend that to e-cigarettes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, is it Mr. Estrada? Please come forward.
Good morning, President Wesson, council members. Good morning. My name is Adrian Estrada. I am the program director of a nonprofit organization that we do implementation at schools with youth, and we had a critical incident where 35 of our youth were caught smoking an e-cigarette. After proper investigation, we found out that they were getting it from a liquor store down the street, and they knew that when and who to buy it off of. They had two clerks. One clerk was a man, an older man, and another one was a woman. The woman never sold the e-cigarettes to the youth, but the youth knew when to go and purchase these e-cigarettes to the older man. We spoke to city attorney's office. They went and investigated and found out that the older man did not know that e-cigarettes could not be sold to youth because they didn't contain any tobacco. So that's why he said he was selling it to youth under that. So it is critical that e-cigarettes are put under the tobacco retail permit so that way our kids and our youth in our communities can be safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Molen, followed by Marlene Gomez, followed by Carla Delgado. Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President and Council. Thank you. I'm here on behalf of Breathe California of Los Angeles County, and we support the attorney's tobacco enforcement program has been instrumental in developing and implementing community-based intervention projects and very responsible in the needs of our administrators, teachers, and students. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention its findings that our public health experts and tobacco control advocates' concerns about the safety of e-cigarettes and e-cigarettes use in our entryway for youth tobacco. And here at Breathe LA, we think that they should be regulated like other tobacco products in the city. Our organization focuses on lung health, primarily on chronic obstructive pulmonary disease and asthma. And we believe that e-cigarettes are habit-forming potentials that can lead to increasing in smoking in our next generation. And that by forming strong policy around e-cigarettes, the city will play a role to help inform the population about the misconceptions surrounding these tobacco products. Furthermore, the e-cigarette industry is using several marketing techniques originally employed by the cigarette manufacturers to addict youth, including the use of candy and fruit flavoring. Breathe LA believes that e-cigarettes are a model behavior that is dangerous, and ultimately we need to have smoke-free laws. Use of e-cigarettes in public places normalizes the action of smoking, whether it's tobacco or an e-cigarette. We support the proposed amendments by the city tobacco retail permit and self-service display ordinance as another way to reduce illegal sales of e-cigarettes, as well as properly regulate this product as a tobacco product. And we applaud Councilmember Koretz, Mitch O'Farrell, and the City Council, as well as City Attorney's Office for bringing this forth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if I could now get Marlene Gomez, Carla Delgado, and I think I have a Sandra Gutierrez. Okay, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Council President Weston and members of the City Council. My name is Marlene Gomez, and I am the Advocacy Manager for the American Lung Association. We want to commend you for considering today an action to protect the public health of Los Angeles residents, especially our youth, by strengthening the definition of tobacco products to include new and emerging products in your local tobacco retail license. We are very concerned that very little is known about the health effects of electronic cigarettes and of the vapors that they release. In addition, the FDA has not determined e-cigarettes to be an effective method for people to quit smoking. Furthermore, we are very concerned that e-cigarette products are starting kids in a lifetime addiction to nicotine. As mentioned earlier, there are many products that are being produced that are candy flavored or fruit flavored, including Captain Crunch and Fruit Loops, again, making it much more attractive for youth to start the use of these products. At this time, I would like to ask everyone in the chamber to please stand who is in support of your efforts. So as you can see, many of us are here in support of this great work that you're doing here today. So thank you, everyone. So we want to express our support for your efforts to strengthen the definition of tobacco products to include e-cigarettes and emerging products in your tobacco retailer license, and in order to protect public health and to protect youth from a lifetime of addiction. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could get Ms. Delgado, followed by Ms. Gutierrez and Stephen Gallegos. Yes.
Good morning, City Council members. My name is Carla Delgado, and I am here on behalf of the American Heart Association. We applaud the efforts of Council members Koretz and O'Farrell to regulate and limit the sale of electronic cigarettes to minors. The American Heart Association congratulates the City of Los Angeles for recognizing the dangers inherent with the use of electronic cigarettes and taking steps to limit their use. Smoking, as we all know, contributes to a number of chronic diseases, including cardiovascular diseases and stroke. The City of Los Angeles has implemented no smoking policies in restaurants, bars, and outdoor recreation facilities. And today is another important milestone in the journey to change people's attitudes towards smoking. We already have examples that smoking bans work. Banning electronic smoking devices where smoking is prohibited by law will save lives. More than 450,000 people in the United States will die this year from a tobacco-related disease. Several cities in California have already started regulating these devices, and it only makes sense that the City of Los Angeles join them on a permanent basis. Thank you for your continued support on this important issue.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. Good morning, City Council. My name is Sandra Contreras, and I'm here on behalf of my students. I am the director at Vaughn Middle School, who services 580 students, and recently, within the last couple of weeks, unfortunately, we are the reality of electric cigarettes. The retailers have successfully been reaching our students, many students of whom have fallen into the trap of the beauty of what they look like and the unknown facts of what is really hidden behind electric cigarettes. We have a lot of students, females, males, ages 11 through 13, who once again need our support to not only educate them in the realities of what are faced within these items, but most importantly, we need them addicted to other things. We need them addicted to books and reading and their success. So once again, I do want to make sure that you know the realities out there. Students, middle school students, are now being faced with the decision of making that split yes-no decision, and we want to make sure that what we provide to them are opportunities for them to become that empowered adolescents, the empowered students that will be our future leaders. So once again, we want to get them addicted to books, addicted to their education, and not fall in the trap of hidden information, which is our electric cigarettes. Unfortunately, with the piece that the FDA does not regulate them, and I honestly would like to say that I had my students research the reality of it, and by the end of the day, instead of making them punitively realize what was wrong with what they were doing, they realized that they were researching, they were empowering themselves to realize that their future is in their hands. So we want to make sure that when we have the power, that we step in and protect them at all means possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, followed by Mr. Herman. And Mr. Herman, you have 1 minute. Yes, sir. Gallegos, Stephen Gallegos.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the Los Angeles City Council. My name is Stephen Gallegos. I've been a long-time public health policy advocate, fighting the tobacco industry for over 16 years, and I just wanted to thank the Los Angeles City Council for bringing this issue up. At today's agenda, at the New York City Council Committee on Health, they are also discussing the regulation of e-cigarettes. So the race is on to see who's going to pass the city of New York or the city of Los Angeles. I come to tell you this, but also to say that the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recently released data showing that 1.78 million children have tried e-cigarettes. Like their traditional cigarette predecessors, e-cigarettes are addictive and have known adverse health effects. The CDC's Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report found that a percentage of U.S. middle and high school students who had never used cigarettes have used e-cigarettes, and that number has more than doubled from 2011 to 2012. In their findings, the CDC found that 20.3% of middle school students, and 7.2% of high school students who had ever used e-cigarettes had never used conventional cigarettes. Among the middle school students, 61.1% report current conventional cigarette smoking, and among high school current e-cigarette users, these are e-cigarette users, 80.5%. So the troubling question is, if 20% of middle school students have used e-cigarettes but have never experimented with tobacco, the ultimate question is, do e-cigarettes now then have the potential to serve as a gateway product for experimentation with other tobacco products?
Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Herman.
Good morning, Los Angeles, and here's a good example of what might one of these e-cigarettes look like, although this is not a nicotine addicting formula to what you may imagine. It's only a back scratcher. So again, where's the consistency, the facts, and the support of this council to regulate, control, and enforce this product? Science cannot rule on the matter of our health, for our health is by far more important. And this e-cigarette shouldn't be the gateway, an introduction to more abusive nicotine addiction, right? Nicotine addiction affects us all. But for those who have a health condition, it's a different matter, a matter of weight imbalances to your health, to your future. So kids, all of you listening to SpongeBob today, stay away from
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Labange, what I'm going to do is I want to defer to Mr. Koretz and Mr. O'Farrell, and then I will come to you. So, Paul, you want to start off, followed by Mitch?
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is a vital step forward in the cause of public health. The City of Los Angeles, I
Hold
believe...
on one second. You ran out of time. That's why you weren't called. Go ahead, Mr. Koretz.
Mr. Akala continuing to disrupt the meeting as usual.
Yeah, well, stop that. And you go ahead, Paul.
Thank you. I think we're doing exactly the right thing by creating a logical regulatory framework for e-cigarettes and also for other dissolvable tobacco products like lollipops. I'm especially concerned that many people and businesses think it's perfectly fine for young people to purchase and try e-cigarettes. Our entire country, my family included, has had a tragic past associated with tobacco products, and that's primarily due to young people getting hooked and then having a lifetime of poor health and premature death. And that certainly was true for my family, where when we had family gatherings, all I remember was a cloud of smoke. And frankly, my family members have died as young as 40 and into their 50s because they were heavy smokers. The ones in my family who didn't smoke lived into their 80s and 90s. My youngest cousin that died from smoking-related illnesses died at age 40 from lung cancer. My father died when I was 19. My mother died when I was 23 from 3 different cancers. And I think this starts to prevent e-cigarettes from taking us down that same path. I believe that e-cigarettes are absolutely a gateway drug. As my friend Mr. Gallegos said, it's clear that the number of young people that are smoking e-cigarettes that have never smoked tobacco is dramatically increasing. We know that this is a gateway drug. The tobacco companies know it. The e-cigarette companies know it. There's no coincidence that they have flavors like cotton candy and chocolate and strawberry, which you can't do anymore with a cigarette because they recognize it's marketing to kids. And we have to recognize that this is doing the same thing. Now, I think it's too easy to associate e-cigarettes with this sort of hipster cool marketing that's going on, and to think that they're harmless as the companies try to portray. We have to recognize there are many dangerous chemicals in e-cigarettes, and we have to regulate them like everything else. And so I think it's particularly important that we protect our young people with this action today.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Mr. O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I learned a few additional facts this morning, and from Dr. Jonathan Fielding of LA County Health mentioned that over 60 well-known carcinogens are often used in the manufacture of the cartridges that then are inhaled through vapor by people smoking e-cigarettes. Also, marijuana is available in a cartridge that can also be inhaled. This is an e-cigarette, and make no mistake about it, it is a nicotine delivery system. It was confiscated from a 9th grader at one of the Hollywood area high schools during class. There's no doubt about it, the way they're marketed, the products that are available, the flavors, etc., that the target audience are our youth and our children as young as grade school. Bubblegum, pina colada, as has been mentioned, many, many other flavors. When you're talking about Fruit Loops, you're talking about children, not even teenagers. So it's a very sinister approach to a very sinister product. We know that nicotine is a toxic substance, and we are encouraged to learn that the FDA may be entering into the regulation system of this product. But we didn't want to wait for the feds to do something when we know that the problem is about to explode, if it hasn't already, at the local level. I was approached by several principals and faculty members in schools in the 13th District, and I'm so happy to join with my colleague, Paul Koretz, our city attorney, Mike Feuer, with a great assist by our colleague, Bernard Parks. And colleagues, I urge a unanimous vote in support of creating an ordinance that will regulate e-cigarettes the exact same way we do all tobacco products. The health of our youth, our children, depend on nothing less, and there's not much more of a serious matter that we can approach and enforce and support than protecting the health and well-being of our youth and children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Farrell. Mr. Labange.
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. O'Farrell, Mr. Koretz, but ask the city attorney to come up here if they would real quick. Our city representatives, Mr. Parks, could you let Mr. Michelson come up here, please? Thank you. I just want to get him up here, so take any time. So just give us a brief. This is so important. As you know, Mr. President, Marvin Browdy, the late great councilman, the father of the Santa Monica Mountains, one of his big movements was anti-smoking in markets. He used to smoke in markets, in elevators, in buildings, et cetera, et cetera. In 2006, I believe, we did the smoking ban on beaches. In 2010, on outdoor dining. But we really want to thank the city attorney's office for their fast movement on this, because it's rotten to see this catch on. And we got to follow this up with restrictions in restaurants, because people are smoking e-cigarettes in restaurants. And the other thing I wanted to say, too, for everybody, that there's only one film company that I know in this town, and it's Disney, that doesn't have any smoking in their movies. And there's been a lot of that in the past. I grew up, there's nobody like Bogart. Nobody took a hit like Humphrey Bogart. But you see where Humphrey Bogart, what it did to Humphrey Bogart. I just mentioned that. I wanted to salute Disney because they're anti-smoking film issues. Mr. Michelson and the team, please.
Good morning, council members. David Michelson, Chief Assistant City Attorney, and I have two colleagues with me here today who'd be pleased to introduce themselves.
Selena Porras, I'm a Deputy City Attorney for the Tobacco Enforcement Program.
Nora Manzanilla, City Attorney, Tobacco Enforcement Program.
Thank you for asking us to come to the table. This is an issue of high priority for the City Attorney, Mike Fear. We'd be pleased to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, Mr. Lamont, I have other speakers.
I just wanted to know
Sure.
that you got it, and you're coming back with some other suggestions for us in a couple of weeks, which is key, and just give you an opportunity because you work so fast. But you know you got the vote, so let's vote.
Fair enough, and we do hope to be back in just a few weeks with what I would call is phase 2 with respect to regulation of e-cigarettes.
Okay, Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Brief. Well, first of all, let me just add my congratulations to Mr. Kretz and Mr. O'Farrell for bringing this matter forward. Couldn't be a matter of greater importance, I think. And the tobacco industry has proven itself, I think, adept at insidiously avoiding every effort the government makes to try to restrain it from its imperative to push more and more of its products on people throughout this country and the world, and especially young people. And so in light of that insidiousness of this industry, I do have just one kind of a technical question on the proposed the substitute ordinance that's before us and the definitional language. The definition provides that tobacco product would means anything including nicotine derived from tobacco or synthetic nicotine. It's kind of maybe a little overly technical, but nicotine can be derived from plants other than tobacco. Anything in the nightshade family produces nicotine. So would some other derivation of nicotine be encompassed within that? Would that be included within synthetic tobacco, or would it be better to say derived from tobacco or other plants?
Well, I guess our intention in drafting this specific language was to exclude nicotine that has, or trace amounts of nicotines that can be found in vegetables and fruits. So that's why we wanted to make sure we linked it to tobacco.
Oh, I see.
And that's the tobacco, the nicotine that's derived from tobacco or that is synthetic is the nicotine that has been tested as being addictive.
So synthetic nicotine, as we interpret that phrase, would encompass other plant derivations in a high enough concentration that it would be biologically active.
Correct, and produce an effect on the human
Okay,
body,
perfect. Then that
more
language should
specifically being
cover it.
addictive, yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I see that our city attorney is here, and thank you all for bringing this item forward. I noticed that the item was also waived out of committee, so I haven't had a chance to understand what the difference is between the original sort of draft ordinance and now this substitute motion, or not motion, substitute ordinance that was presented. So not having had the opportunity to read what was introduced today, can you help me understand the differences between the work product that was not heard in committee and sort of what we've got here? And then you mentioned phase 2. And so I'm just sort of wondering, what is phase 1 vis-a-vis what was given to us today as a substitute ordinance, and what's on the horizon?
I'll let my colleagues answer the first question. With respect to the second question, what's on the horizon concerns in another motion that was introduced just today that will call upon the City Attorney's Office to prepare an ordinance addressing the use of e-cigarettes, which, if that ordinance was ultimately adopted by your City Council, will include e-cigarettes along with traditional tobacco products in regards to regulation in public places where folks can actually use the product itself. So that is not before you here today, but know that a motion has been introduced today that has launched that effort as well. What is before you here today specifically is an ordinance relating to the Tobacco Retailers Permit Program and making sure that these new emergent products, such as e-cigarettes, are included in the regulation of those who are selling tobacco-related products in our stores.
So the difference, so that's what's before us today. So part one of the question, what's the difference between what was sort of floating around and the product that was given to us today?
Sure. In the first transmittal, we defined tobacco product as any product that contained a biological amount of nicotine. And there's some possible concerns that were raised or brought to our attention that a retailer might not know what a biologically active amount was. So we just wanted to make sure that the definition was very clear. So we took out any language that would seem to indicate that you would need to have a measurable amount. We didn't want it to be reliant on that. So instead, we said any tobacco product or any product that contained nicotine derived from tobacco or that contained synthetic nicotine. And again, if the nicotine is derived from tobacco or it's synthetic, then it is biologically active. So the effect is still the same. We didn't change anything. We just changed some of the language so that it was clearer to the retailer what was covered.
So understanding that phase 2 is going to speak to sort of usage of e-cigarettes, for all intents and purposes, what's before us now, these devices are going to be treated identically from a retailer's perspective as cigarettes. So we're airtight in terms of making sure that children, all the prohibitions associated with regular cigarettes will be felt the same here with the e-cigarettes. Is that right? With
Correct.
The adoption of this?
Correct. They will need a permit to sell them. Mobile vending would be prohibited. You can't sell them from ice cream trucks. You can't have a self-service display, which means the vendor would need to obtain the product for the buyer.
Identical to cigarettes.
Identical to cigarettes.
Very good. Thank you. Good work.
Okay, Mr. Koretz, I think you're going to clarify a couple of things where it relates to your substitute motion.
Actually, I just wanted to repeat for the record at the request of the city clerk that we're adopting this substitute motion from the city attorney. Other than that, I just think it's important to protect young people from this deadly habit and protect folks from secondhand smoke, and so I ask for an aye vote on this.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Mr. Clerk, I guess this is a 2-vote process. Do you want to expand a little bit?
Very good, sir.
On that?
Very good. It's a 2-vote process. The first vote is on whether or not to substitute the new ordinance for the old, and subject to that, then to vote on what remains before council.
Okay, let's do the first vote, which is on the substitution. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, now, Mr. Clerk will vote on the second part.
Yes, sir. This would be, in essence, adopting the substitute order.
The substance of the issue. Okay, let's prepare to vote on this item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that's approved. Forthwith, at the request of Mr. O'Farrell. And thank you and congratulations to Mr. Koretz and O'Farrell, and I want to thank the City Attorney's Office. Okay, we're going to go into closed session. If I can get the sergeants.
Mr. President, pardon me.
We should probably.
We do have cards on that matter that, yes.
So we'll start out. We'll take the cards. Is it cards or a card? Okay, so we'll take the cards on 21 and 22. Is that the way it works? Okay, so let's start out with item. Mr. Akala is out of time. Okay, so can I have the card on 22? And that's Mr. Sachs. And I think Mr. Sachs has time. Mr. Sachs, there's a minute for you. So if you'd please come forward, Mr. Arnold Sachs.
Yes, thank you. And this item refers to removal of homeless articles on the sidewalk. In comparison, Metro is checking with other cities on a small business program where they're doing construction. What I'd like to see Metro do is check with other cities on how they got airport light rail to their airport. But that being said, what is the City of LA doing in regards to checking with other cities? Because it seems almost ludicrous to believe that LA is the only city that has this problem in warm weather areas. What is San Diego doing? What are cities in Florida doing? What are other municipalities, how are they handling this? And why and how is the city looking into that comparison?
Thank you. Okay, there are no more cards. Okay, so sergeants, if we could clear the chambers, we're going to go to closed session on these next two items.
Never had a traffic accident like this before, where a teenager has decided to run from the police and been struck by a motor vehicle.
5859 KF 5060 watch 3.
curfew laws restrict the right of juveniles to be outdoors or in the public places after 10 p.m. until sunrise the next day. Such laws aim to establish a safer community and to better protect people from becoming victims of crimes or becoming involved in a crime. Most people don't agree with our curfew laws and would rather run the risk of being picked up by the police and ticketed for violation of curfew. However, they are more likely to run into the many real dangers that face us every time we go out at night.
We found that kids out so late are normally caught up in violence, traffic accidents, and that's no good. Some of these kids they're not aware of the law, and they're not educated on it.
Drinking, drugs, sexual predators, and gang-related activities are only few of the dangers we face regardless of how young or old you are. If you are under the age of 18, this law applies to you. What happens if you are caught? You will be taken to the station where the ticket is written out to you and your parent or guardian are called to pick you up. If your parent cannot pick you up, you will be placed into a protective custody or sent to a juvenile facility.
Guardian at something like an event such as Cabrillo Beach.
The guardian is not just someone appointed to by the parents. A guardian is someone appointed by the courts.
You can legally stay out late if you are participating in a religious, educational, or political activity, accompanied by a parent or guardian, going to or from their place of employment, responding to some type of emergency, returning home from school, cultural, or recreation activity.
And that's our message, is not only enforcing the curfew violation, but also educating them that they need to stay home and stay safe.
The curfew laws are not just here to protect us, they're here to protect the safety of everyone in our community.
The average adult spends more than 8 hours in front of a screen each day. Children spend up to 4 hours. Studies show that sedentary lifestyles put you at risk for disease, even at an early age. But a healthy lifestyle is just a click away. Los Angeles Recreation and Parks provides over 16,000 acres of parkland, with parks and lakes, swimming pools, golf courses, skate parks, and dog parks, and more than 180 community recreation centers. A healthy lifestyle is just a click away. laparks.org.
It just takes one cup.
Every year, thousands of children in our community drop out of school, they quit on their families, they give up on themselves. But together we can change that.
By sponsoring a child for the cost of 1 cup of coffee a week, you can provide a child with a mentor, a place to play,
and a safe haven like Hollenbeck Pal.
With 1 cup, I can play soccer after school.
With 1 cup, it helped me get here to college, preparing for my future.
It just takes a moment to change a child's life. Go to onecup.org and make a difference today.
never had a traffic accident like this before, where a teenager has decided to run from the police and been struck by a motor vehicle.
5859 Kia 5060 watch 3.
Curfew laws restrict the right of juveniles to be outdoors or in the public places after 10 p.m. until sunrise the next day. Such laws aim to establish a safer community and to better protect people from becoming victims of crimes or becoming involved in a crime. Most people don't agree with our curfew laws and would rather run the risk of being picked up by the police and ticketed for violation of curfew. However, they are more likely to run into the many real dangers that face us every time we go out at night.
We have found that kids out so late are normally caught up in violence, traffic accidents, and that's no good. Some of these kids still they're not aware of the law, and they're not educated on it.
Drinking, drugs, sexual predators, and gang-related activities are only few of the dangers we face regardless of how young or old you are. If you are under the age of 18, this law applies to you. What happens if you are caught? You will be taken to the station where the ticket is written out to you and your parent or guardian are called to pick you up. If your parent cannot pick you up, you will be placed into a protective custody or sent to a juvenile facility.
Guardian at something like an event such as Corral Beach.
The guardian is not just someone appointed to by the parents. A guardian is someone appointed by the courts.
You can legally stay out late if you are participating in a religious, educational, or political activity, accompanied by a parent or guardian, going to or from their place of employment, responding to some type of emergency, returning home from school, cultural, or recreation activity.
And that's our message, is not only enforcing the curfew violation, but also educating them that they need to stay home and stay safe.
The curfew laws are not just here to protect us, they are here to protect the safety of everyone in our community.
The average adult spends more than 8 hours in front of a screen each day. Children spend up to 4 hours. Studies show that sedentary lifestyles put you at risk for disease, even at an early age. But a healthy lifestyle is just a click away. Los Angeles Recreation and Parks provides over 16,000 acres of parkland, with parks and lakes, swimming pools, golf courses, skate parks, and dog parks, and more than 180 community recreation centers. A healthy lifestyle is just a click away. laparks.org.
It just takes one cup.
Every year, thousands of children in our community drop out of school, they quit on their families, they give up on themselves. But together we can change that.
By sponsoring a child for the cost of 1 cup of coffee a week, you can provide a child with a mentor, a place to play,
And a safe haven like Hollenbeck Pal.
With 1 cup, I can play soccer after school.
With 1 cup, it helped me get here to college, preparing for my future.
It just takes a moment to change a child's life. Go to onecup.org and make a difference today.
traffic accident like this before, where a teenager has decided to run from the police and been struck by a motor vehicle.
5859 Kia 5060 watch 3.
Curfew laws restrict the right of juveniles to be outdoors or in the public places after 10 p.m. until sunrise the next day. Such laws aim to establish a safer community and to better protect people from becoming victims of crimes or becoming involved in a crime. Most people don't agree with our curfew laws and would rather run the risk of being picked up by the police and ticketed for violation of curfew. However, they are more likely to run into the many real dangers that face us every time we go out at night.
We have found that kids out so late are normally caught up in violence, traffic accidents, and that's no good. Some of these kids still they're not aware of the law, and they're not educated on it.
Drinking, drugs, sexual predators, and gang-related activities are only few of the dangers we face regardless of how young or old you are. If you are under the age of 18, this law applies to you. What happens if you are caught? You will be taken to the station where the ticket is written out to you and your parent or guardian are called to pick you up. If your parent cannot pick you up, you will be placed into a protective custody or sent to a juvenile facility.
Guardian at something like an event such as Thrill Beach.
The guardian is not just someone appointed to by the parents. A guardian is someone appointed by the courts.
You can legally stay out late if you are participating in a religious, educational, or political activity, accompanied by a parent or guardian, going to or from their place of employment, responding to some type of emergency, returning home from school, cultural, or recreation activity.
And that's our message, is not only enforcing the curfew violation, but also educating them that they need to stay home and stay safe.
The curfew laws are not just here to protect us, they're here to protect the safety of everyone in our community.
The average adult spends more than 8 hours in front of a screen each day. Children spend up to 4 hours. Studies show that sedentary lifestyles put you at risk for disease, even at an early age. But a healthy lifestyle is just a click away. Los Angeles Recreation and Parks provides over 16,000 acres of parkland, with parks and lakes, swimming pools, golf courses, skate parks, and dog parks, and more than 180 community recreation centers. A healthy lifestyle is just a click away. laparks.org.
It just takes 1 cup.
Every year, thousands of children in our community drop out of school, they quit on their families, they give up on themselves. But together we can change that.
By sponsoring a child for the cost of 1 cup of coffee a week, you can provide a child with a mentor, a place to play,
And a safe haven like Hollenbeck Pal.
With 1 cup, I can play soccer after school.
With 1 cup, it helped me get here to college, preparing for my future.
It just takes a moment to change a child's life. Go to onecup.org and make a difference today.
like this before, where a teenager has decided to run from the police and been struck by a motor vehicle.
5859 IKF 5060 watch 3.
Curfew laws restrict the right of juveniles to be outdoors or in the public places after 10 p.m. until sunrise the next day. Such laws aim to establish a safer community and to better protect people from becoming victims of crimes or becoming involved in a crime. Most people don't agree with our curfew laws and would rather run the risk of being picked up by the police and ticketed for violation of curfew. However, they are more likely to run into the many real dangers that face us every time we go out at night.
We found that kids out so late are normally caught up in violence, traffic accidents, and that's no good. Some of these kids still they're not aware of the law, and they're not educated on it.
Drinking, drugs, sexual predators, and gang-related activities are only few of the dangers we face regardless of how young or old you are. If you are under the age of 18, this law applies to you. What happens if you are caught? You will be taken to the station where the ticket is written out to you and your parent or guardian are called to pick you up. If your parent cannot pick you up, you will be placed into a protective custody or sent to a juvenile facility.
Guardian at something like an event such as Thrill Beach.
The guardian is not just someone appointed to by the parents. A guardian is someone appointed by the courts.
You can legally stay out late if you are participating in a religious, educational, or political activity, accompanied by a parent or guardian, going to or from their place of employment, responding to some type of emergency, returning home from school, cultural, or recreation activity.
And that's our message, is not only enforcing the curfew violation, but also educating them that they need to stay home and stay safe.
The curfew laws are not just here to protect us, they are here to protect the safety of everyone in our community.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back in open session for general public comment. The next item, actually, before we get into general public comment, we're going to go ahead and, Mr. Clerk, if we could defer that until we have a date.
There was a recommendation to continue item 21 till this next Tuesday, December 10.
That'll be the order without objection. Also, I believe Mr. Cedillo has a special housing committee that will take place 30 minutes after we adjourn this meeting. So it'll be 30 minutes once we conclude the council meeting. With that, if I could call up, we have a quorum, but it's light, and we're going to be tight on public comment. Brian Barajas, come on up.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to go through something, I think everybody has heard of it, but Detroit has filed for bankruptcy. Ukraine is moving away from a free trade Adam Smith ideology, joining Russia and China. Now, the world is moving forward. The question is, where are you all? On the issue of Glass-Steagall, I have been discussing this issue of Glass-Steagall very thoroughly with some of my colleagues, I should say. But the problem is that unless it is promoted here at the city council, you are looking at that yourselves too. The truth is that the United States has been collapsing. That's a fact. But more of an issue of civilization, it's been collapsing. Now, the authority that we can have if we promote the Glass-Steagall Act, that I should say, it pertains to life and death, true, but one of the forbidden doctrines of an oligarchical principle is that you cannot think of the future. Now, I'll give you an example. If Glass-Steagall is passed, it's promoted here, what it will do is unleash a flow of credit, emergency that is, for bank loans, but also the necessity of a federal government to issue a specific program of long-term development, water and energy. Thermonuclear fusion is that, which means that the green movement would collapse under the weight of stupidity that they're subjected to and would like to subject mankind to. But the idea is the unleashing of this credit will produce a society fit to live and to fight against asteroids, comets, and everything else. We need that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you sharing. Mr. Dreidel.
Well, I know that Mr. Koretz eats pork secretly. I call him Dreidel Head from now on. He's been attacking me because I'm a Mexican. Mr. Krikorian's been attacking me because I'm a Mexican. And they're actually doing what the Turks did to them and what the Hitlerians did to them. They're attacking Mexicans for no reason. The smokers, like your president, Herb Wesson, are promoting tobacco and alcohol because they make money out of it. And City Hall, they're all eating like pigs while the people speak, but when we bring a plate of food, you tell us not to eat. Englander, what are you eating? What are you eating? Is it good? Is it tasty? What about the homeless? What are they eating? They're eating shit. Why don't you stop homelessness right now?
If you can address the council as a whole, that'd be
appreciative. I'm addressing everybody. Why don't we stop homelessness once and for all? This guy wants you to do the Glass-Steagall thing, which is something for humanity, and every policy that you bring out is to keep people homeless. You cannot let people even install a wall socket in their house without having to pay like $5,000 for permits and licenses and everything. What is wrong with you people? We need to create a parallel system where everybody has a place to live. We don't need this idiotic society where everybody goes homeless for one reason or another. That's okay. You can speak.
Thank you very much. Olga. Olga Hall.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, ma'am.
This time I'm come for a different reason. This morning I came across this news. Help make history. City councilmen introduced motion to make Los Angeles largest GMO-free zone in the U.S. I congratulate Councilman Correst and Councilman O'Farrell for taking this. This is a very important issue for all of us because it affects us all. So I found this in the website of davidike.com and then on the naturalnews.com. David Icke is being a well-recognized news fellow, and then he has now a new TV program called The Voice. So you are known everywhere in the world. This news has gone across the world, and I hope that you can continue. And I ask the people, everybody, to go to, let me see, just 1 second. To sign the petition at moveon.org. It's very important that this passes. I hope the spirit that you have, that you are doing now, infects everybody in this council, and that you can not only do this, but other things. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Mr. Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. I want to speak to you. Spent 2 hours in executive session. You had a captain from LAPD. There was one issue, and that was the issue of pending litigation concerning a preliminary injunction barring the removal and disposal of property from the sidewalks of Skid Row. You're trying to ethnically cleanse Skid Row. 2 hours in executive session. And what action did they take? They took no action. What took so long? I'd like to point out homophobia, Mr. O'Farrell. The numbers of LAPD are dwindling. They have 7 cops in the public library downtown trying to find gay men sucking one another's cock. And it doesn't go on down there. It's homophobia. And I understand, Mr. O'Farrell, you get really turned on by men in uniform, so you become a homophobe. And I'm telling you right now,
Okay,
and it's no
so
different from...
I will. I'm going to hold your clock for 1 second. Mr. Walsh, we won't address members directly at all.
That there is homophobia.
Okay.
That gay men are being arrested downtown and entrapped, and your 2 little gay boys up there are on their knees in front of Charlie Beck. And then maybe it's, hey, tell me, is it good? Should I try it? Should I try sucking a police cock? HollywoodHighlands.org. And speaking of sucking cock, the mayor continues to suck Glenn Dake's cock, and I hope he sues me or Dake sues me and says that what I'm saying. See, they're trying to stop me from speaking. HollywoodHighlands.org. See the picture of the mayor's boyfriend, and I'm telling you right now, Bonin and O'Farrell are 100% homophobe. Stay away from the library or you'll get arrested by a cop when you're not even sucking cock. You'll be straight. You'll
All right,
walk
you know what?
in and you'll be arrested.
That's out of order, and that's not protected speech. So thank you. Richard Robinson.
For the record, Mr. President, Mr. Walsh continued to disrupt the meeting after you instructed him to stop speaking. The record should reflect, even though the television may not show it, that Mr. Walsh continues to rant as he walks down the aisle away from the podium.
No, I appreciate that for the record, Mr. Krikorian. Did any other colleagues, any other council members want to weigh in on that or have any witness to that as well at this time? If you can hear it on the microphone, because I can't. So if you want to push your buttons to speak, please do so. Mr. Krikorian, thank you very much. Mr. Fuentes? Thank you. Any others? You don't have to speak if you want to just push your button in acknowledgement for the record. Okay. Mr. Krikorian, Mr. Fuentes, Mr. Price, Mr. Blumenfeld, Mr. O'Farrell, Mr. Koretz. All right, thank you very much. Richard, thank you.
Mr. President, members, because of the seemingly shrinking nature of the planet, anxiety, stress, population gives the notion that the world's problems are unsolvable. Sir, we have nothing to fear but fear itself. Because of the stock market's Dow Jones average at 16,000, steadily increasing factory output, Boeing aircraft is going back to work. U.S. Steel is about to produce millions of tons of high-quality steel for export. Birmingham, Alabama's steel plants are about to be fired up, putting the people of Birmingham back to work. Furniture manufacturing in Grand Rapids. Detroit is being guided out of its problems as President Obama strengthens General Motors as the greatest corporation in the world. We have nothing to fear but fear itself. Our nation's infrastructure, bridges, freeways, roads and streets, sewers, waste treatment plants, putting millions of Americans back to work, repairing our nation's infrastructure. Our rivers and streams are being cleaned up. Our ocean fronts, putting thousands of environmental students to work. Do not give worry to the things of the future, because the things that are coming will give things coming the worry that they need. So why should we be importing $200 tennis shoes from Asia when we can make our own shoes? Toys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Herman. Actually, doesn't even say Mr. Herman. It says a lot of other things, but
Brown Act. Brown Act. Very well. Very well read. Los Angeles. Glass-Steagall, in its report, that the Treasury Department directs to cause arrest and deliver into the custody of the United States by martial action for the jurisdiction of those who are not simply biased, racist, prejudiced. As I speak, Mr. Speaker, as you speak to the city attorney, please have a seat. Thank you. Again, and this goes out to Mr. Krikorian more so, because all meetings of legislative body by a local agency shall be open to the public and for all persons, and shall be permitted to attend any meeting of legislative body, not for the wait of 2 hours, but by the local agency, as you turkeys from the Turks suppress us, as otherwise have provided no action. Now I got your attention. Thank you, Mr. Krikorian, Mr. Koretz. Now I got the Turks' attention on this matter and subject.
Please speak directly to the entire council and not to any particular
and prejudice
members.
is all an action of your action towards Glass-Steagall. And so the heart of the Brown Act, as I read out to you, is very well said. And then again, we have the action of your suppressing public speakers. I didn't find Mr. John Walsh as an attack or an assault. You keep saying this, and you keep trying to usher us out the doors, Mr. Krikorian. I don't get it. It's public speaking, and I don't use the profanities and obstruct you or instruct myself and others from hearing what we have to say today, Mr. Krikorian.
He should speak
and
to
again,
the council.
Again,
and
that
over,
was the second
you
warning,
force
so
us
that'll
out.
be the last warning for the day.
No,
on
I'm
that one.
saying again, you force us out from public speaking.
Thank you very much. Mr. Krikorian.
Mr. President, I think viewers at home should be reminded that the Brown Act prohibits dialogue between the council and the public speakers who come here to speak, because then we would be discussing an agendized an item that's not agendized. So when members of this council don't respond to the ridiculous, racist, scurrilous, personal attacks that we frequently hear from members of the public, it's
Mr.
not,
Herman, you've got to. You're already done speaking, so please step away from the podium.
It's
Thank you.
not intended to suggest any agreement with those scurrilous, ridiculous attacks. It's simply because we're prohibited to respond by the Brown Act.
Yes, no, thank you. And I'd like to add to that as well is a lot of the comments that are made, the sexual comments in nature, that I really have a hard time, and I think many of us do, believing that those are free speech. By any stretch of the imagination, this is still a workplace, and it's a public place, and it's open to the general public as well as school kids. We're looking at ways to what we can do within the law to ensure the public has a right to speak, but that the decorum remain at least a professional work environment as well.
If I may, too, no one in this meeting, despite some statements that were just made, has been asked to leave. No one has been excluded from their ability to speak. No one has been banned from the meeting. My statements have simply been to make the record when members of the public are disrupting the conduct of this public meeting and interfering with the general public's ability to have an open and transparent government process in which people from the public can actually engage with us.
Yes. No, thank you very much. I'm sorry. Please don't yell out from the chambers. Again, it's disrupting the meeting. So, thank you very much. With that, I believe that clears the desk. Where does that take us, Mr. Clerk? We took all the comment cards from the moment we started public comment. Cards that came in after we started public comment will be noted and filed. Where does that take us?
Mr. President, Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those will be posted and referred.
The desk is clear.
Great, thank you. Any announcements, Mr. Bonin?
Transportation Committee will meet at 2:30 as opposed to 2.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other announcements? Yes, sir, Mr. Cedillo.
Given the, and my stuff has turned off, I don't know about this. Given the circumstances of the length of this meeting, and now we are all bumped up against each other, we're going to move our committee to next week.
Okay, so the committee, the Housing Committee, Special Housing Committee will be moved to next week and canceled today, given the light of the agenda and the length today. So, Mr. Fuentes.
2 p.m. today. 2 p.m. for Energy and Environment.
E2 will meet at 2 o'clock today. Okay, excellent, thank you. No further announcements. Do we have any adjourning motions, colleagues? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.